All right, YouTube, you are up. All right, welcome everybody. Welcome back. Today we're getting back to the ADE. Crack that open. Cheers. We're getting back to the ADE. So yesterday, Fable released, and it basically screwed our entire code base up, and we spent the next like 6 hours all debugging and getting it back to a somewhat usable state. So today we're basically going to try to make some forward progress on. We want to get the workflow done. I want to get the workflow like done to where it's actually reading new workflow templates. Right now the only one that works is the engineering template, and I want to be able to do custom workflows, and that's not really a thing yet. It is, but it isn't. For example, if I go in here and I try to move, if I added a QA here, it's not going to do anything. It has to live inside of the loop. So we need to get that kind of working. Also, that says QA2. Interesting. So we need to get that working, and then also need to get the modals worked out, and then also want to possibly start implementing part of the UI. So this is, if you're new, this is kind of like the working prototype slash, it is the real project, but it fully works. And then this is the design that we've been working on, kind of in between prompts, and then obviously I've been working on it in between streams as well. So last night we solved a pretty big issue with rendering, and this being extremely laggy when there was a lot of stuff on page. So we ended up fixing that, and then to test it a little bit further, we added in the transparency and the blurring just to see if just doing that's going to be fine. And so far, I'm not seeing any real issues there. So I think we're okay. Which was a big concern because whenever I didn't have any transparency, this was like extremely laggy. So anyway, I guess I was on the wrong one. This was extremely laggy whenever we were dragging it around. Now it's not. So to get to this where everything has shadows, everything is transparent, and everything is blurry, we needed to get that performance piece in there. So anyway, that's the plan. So I had this this session go ahead and start figuring out where we need to head off to. So the first thing it wants to do is workspace label. No, what was it? Reason codes on dependency blocker IDs. So go ahead and do the small sliver just so that we have the information on the page, and then we can probably move it to the modal later on, but for now, leave it on the task cards. So we'll get that started. Basically, that's just going to add... we did a whole bunch of like slices, essentially to figure out where the performance hit was going or was coming from, and it ended up being something else entirely. But we removed a bunch of like labels and buttons and some gesture stuff that didn't need to exist. Yeah, so now we need to just add some stuff back. So there's a problem where if an item has a dependency and like if task 22 was dependent on task 21 being done, then it just sits here, but you have no idea why it isn't being done. If task 21 becomes blocked in the in progress column. So yeah, at a glance, pills on the individual for the task. Use the existing status badge pill. about blah 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 blah. Those are already surfaced by the work stream. Done. Putting them on each task code would double up. So go ahead and make these changes. The one thing I do want you to do is in the um, JSON test v3 project, update a few of the tasks so that they are make one task be in the in progress column, but have it be blocked, and then make another task become a dependent of that blocked task, just so that it's a visible thing that I can actually check against. Okay. So the other thing, while that runs, we need to go in here and we need to update some of our stylings. Because of the findings that we found last night. So background blur needs to go away. And then you also need to go away. Did you need to go away? Not 100% sure where all of card effect 5. Okay, so you're safe there. You're good there. So I think the only one that has it is this dude, which is fine. Actually, I want to background blur. And we'll save this one as you. So you're just forced to 24. Why are you still showing? Why is that border blurry? Have a why is it? 5. Oh, I see, I see. It's because it's filled in gray and then the shadow is darkening it. Okay, so it's not okay. Gotcha. So that one will have the blur because it's specific, which means it won't have the um it won't be set. It won't be set to the draw object or draw canvas, whatever that setting was that we implemented last night for this stuff. Um, so yeah, and then that means all of that is just transparent. I want to make sure that you guys artifact 2, yeah. Okay, so everything should be not blurry except for that one card in the background. That looks good. Okay, are you still running? You are still running. So one thing I was thinking of last night is how could we run this more um autonomously? Um and the idea I had was I could add another column to the Kanban board. Um that could be for external sources. So it could be something where you, I don't know, set up an email connection. An email comes in, it automatically gets sent to the architect. Architect does its thing. Um, I might not even need an architect. It might be something that where you could swap out the architect. Where basically the architect would then just make its only job would be to make it a task and to kick off the workflow, and then um and then you could have a worker do whatever you wanted to do, reply to it, check your tone, um go off, check your calendar, all that kind of stuff. So that might be something that we take a look at, not today, but it was an idea that I had as far as how we might be able to make this more autonomous. um I'm really ready for Codex to be reset. I think it resets tonight because Claude is just so damn slow. Okay, so the other thing we need to work on then is the modal. Move. Um. So, how do I want to do the modal? I need a modal component and overlay. Shit, that's a. Why are you being a bitch? Okay. Oop, 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 oop. Advisor's finally saying something. Okay, what shipped? New pure blah, 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 pill render on the individual card face whenever eyeball open the JSON v3 project. D. Oh, right. Okay, so number 5. Okay, so number 6 blocked by number 5. So that looks good. I think this looks fine. It gets the point across. It's just the functionality on the page, so that's fine. I am noticing a problem. Order 1. One problem that I am seeing is that if you look in the pending column, um, the label for the current agent is stuck on reviewer :QA. And then in the in progress and queued column, it says builder 1. So technically speaking, at a minimum, the labels aren't universal. I think builder 1, I think, is the name of the old agent name from the workflow. So if I added a tile to the workflow JSON file, it was just builder 1 because there was only one builder. So shouldn't this technically be worker colon developer or whatever the workflow JSON file says at a minimum? Second of all, it seems like it's a bug if it's referencing builder one still. Um, Also, if it's in the pending column, then it should be uh, waiting on the reporter, not the QA role. Isn't that correct? Yeah. So builder one, I guess is builder one here, but it's worker developer. Maybe it's the name, but then this should be. What are we calling these dudes? Ryan developer. Okay, actually. So looking at the Kanban board and the workflow tabs, it looks like, I mean, builder one is the name of the current worker node. That's the label that's on the tile. I actually think we need to update the workflow tab because we don't need it to be we don't need to have that label anymore. The label just is the persona that they took on. So it shouldn't be builder one, it should be developer for the worker nodes, at least in the current workflow. But that still doesn't explain why if they're in the pending column they say QA when actually there is no QA in the workflow, and then B, it says the node type colon QA. It should just say whatever the persona is. I don't know. Though that was a really convoluted explanation for this. Down. Oh, died. Um. There are a few separate things tangled here. The read only, digging first. Yeah, so I think there's also just an overall change that needs to happen for the workflow. Um, because we now have node types and personas, we don't need a label for the tiles. Um, it's just the node type, like worker or reviewer or reporter, and then the label would basically just be filled by the persona. Um, the label, if the label was to be anything, no, I don't even want to. It's just the node type, like worker or reviewer or report files. Any the node type. And then so that would be for the columns themselves, where the user would assign what persona they want. But in the drawer at the bottom, where the tiles um, for the workflow pieces, the different tiles, those would just be locked to the node type. So they should only show architect, worker, reviewer, reporter, custom, user gate, loop. The personas should not be in the drawer, and the personas are something that we should be um, doing as a drop down in the modal. That should be something that is assignable, and then inside of that drop down would be the available personas for that role or for that node type. So essentially, everything would just have only have one option except for the reviewer, which would have two options because um, it has QA and tester both as personas for that node type. Okay, so what is this actually saying? Confirmed in code, instincts are right. Its nodes are architect 1, persona architect, label architect 1, worker 1, persona developer, label builder 1. There is no QA node. The reviewer is a tester, so you're correct. QA isn't in this workflow. Builder 1 is the node's authored label field, not the persona. Each node carries. Um, hmm. Appending awaiting merge card showing any agent is misleading. Only returns the reporter while the report is incomplete. Those pending cards show report done, report complete. It falls back to blah blah blah. Once reported and merely waiting merge, no agent is active. So showing the last stage, let alone a stale one, is the wrong signal. You're right that it shouldn't say QA. Arguably, it should say nothing. Agent E or the actual gating stage. So this is a 3 separable fixes. Regarding number 2, as far as what happens when a task is a workflow changes, um, technically speaking, I don't think that that is possible because we lock the workflow if there are any tasks in flight. Meaning, if anything is outside of queued or the done column, then it shouldn't even be a possibility of happening. However, if it does happen, I think what we need to do is have the system warn the user that this will reset any in-flight tasks, and then we need to basically do a task cleanup where it moves everything back to the queued column that is not done and deletes their or resets their any work tree or branch that it may have started working on. So basically, if anything's happened on those tasks, it gets reset back to its starting point, um, and everything moves back to the queued column. The only stuff that doesn't get affected would be things that are in the done column already. Let's discuss these thoughts in more detail. And also, how do they affect the other tasks that you outlined at the beginning? Okay, so in let's see what we call it, modal overlay. That's assigned that way. Okay, this is a meaty design conversation. Let me ground it in the actual editor code before you're reading. And then we need a actual modal. Almost none. How do I? It's almost everything. Stroke is almost none. Order bottom left. Top right. Dum bum bum. You go back to 0. This should just be, actually thinking about it, it should just be a node. Like it should basically just be this. Think. Where are better? Actually, I don't think I want to tie these two together at all. Okay, what are you saying? What are you telling me here, bud? Currently treats tester QA as two separate roles, even though both node are reviewer. The drawer likewise has a tile per persona. That's why you see both tester and QA in the bottom palette. Builder 1 is an auto-numbered label, blah blah blah, authored into the JSON as pure decoration. Node type already fully identify the tile. Tile inspector is read only. It builds display rows, no editing. It already computes. The your redesign is 3 coordinated. Drawer equals 7 node types. For 1. So number 1 sounds correct, because it sounds like that's what it should be right now already. We're not collapsing tester and QA from separate tiles. They already are one node type. They just have 2 different personas. Correct? Like that's what we're already doing. No. We need to also include the number because that increments based on how many of those node types we have on the table or in the workflow editor. So, but it won't. We'll drop the label and it'll just show node type and persona. So it would say developer dash one um, as the main. Dash one. Persona becomes an editable dropdown in the inspector modal. Option scoped per node type, reviewer, tester, QA, everything else exactly one. So the dropdown is effectively fixed for reviewer. Just yeah, so that's correct. We just need to make sure that it's not something that's hard coded specifically for reviewer. It's just that the array for the other node types only includes the one persona that they currently have. In the future, there'll be additional ones. Open questions before the inspector is currently display only. Blah blah blah. Changing persona changes the agent pool ID. Review tester. The dropdown has a real runtime consequence. Yes. Without numbered labels, two reviewer titles both set to tester read identically. No. Custom node. Without numbered labels, two reviewer titles both become okay. Yep. Custom node dropdown show custom plus the existing free text instructions or type persona your call. Fuck. In regards to the custom agent, um, it would populate the dropdown will populate with already saved custom agents the user may have, and then um, we can add in the additional functionality later. For now, the dropdown should just be empty. There shouldn't be anything selectable there, because that'll be a whole pass by itself. Okay, where it was asking about the reset, your reset model. Now the drop down should just be empty. There shouldn't be anything. Do a full slice later. As far as the reset functionality goes, should we or could we tie it to instead of tying it specifically to a state, can we make it universal where it would where the tiles would carry if where the tiles would carry information about what would promote it to the done column. That way, if something is sitting if it's sitting in the pending column, but it's because it's sitting at the um, manual gate node or whatever the user comes up with in the future, we would just know that that tile is what is pausing the task or the work stream to be moved into the done column. If that's where the task is sitting, then it doesn't get reset back to the queued column. If it doesn't have that bit of information, then it should be reset back to queued. Does that make sense, or is there a cleaner way to do it? The robust fix is a snapshot the identity a task actually ran as when it completes and show that on done card. So, which is precisely the data the history model number 3 needs. History modal. Readable if a role was removed later. So C folds into number 3, not into the reset work. Would this then both fulfill the needed requirements for the QA ghost as well as the reset? Is that a graceful uh, solution for these types of situations? Situation, uh, graceful fallback. See what he says after that. Detach, modal, better. That should be an icon. Button, icon. I need to make another style then. Okay, we don't need that. Don't need that. We don't need that. We don't need that. Okay. drawer palette level, it's not collapsed today. There are literally two separate drawer tiles, tester QA, which is why your screenshot shows both tester and QA in the bottom. So the redesign does not change the drawer. One reviewer tile. So the redesign does change the drawer. One reviewer tile with tester versus QA chosen in the modal afterward. The node type was already shared. The palette just hasn't caught up to that. Okay, so there is a collapse, but data-wise, we're fine. Keep the number, drop only the freeform label. Got it. The author label field builder one, but retain the auto increment and show persona -1 developer -1 tester. Yep, that's good. Display today. Tile reads worker developer descriptor above a bold build one. The new equal. Yes, drop the persona from the descriptor so it only says worker, and then the main part of the tile would say the persona and the number. Counter scope increment per persona, tester 1, QA 1, or per node type. So a tester and a QA should. The counter is attached to the persona, not to the node type. Well, not attached, is based on. Okay, persona drop down data driven, blah blah blah. Agreed and important, no special casing for reviewer. It's a generic map. Custom agent drop down populates from the user saved custom agents. Empty for now. Full slice later. Thumbs up. Cool, bud. Your instinct is good. Here's the cleaner framing. Rather than tile carry what promotes to done, classify each node as either a parking node or an active work node. Agent execution work is churning. Then on a workflow change, done task equals untouched. Task parked at a node. Leave it parked, a legitimate stop. Everything else. Does it also fix the QA ghost partly, and the rest of it is graceful photo? The ghost is a display problem on done tasks, which are never reset, so reset alone can't fix it, but here's the cheap graceful fallback. The stale stage reviewer QA is no type reviewer persona QA, and QA is still known. Reset repoints in-flight tasks to valid current workflow nodes, so no ghost there. Catalog aware fallback makes done tasks render their real persona, fixes QA with this door. So I still don't understand the QA ghost portion. Um, I don't know how. I don't know how preserving the historical node type really helps our situation. I think if we can figure out the parking node information that you were calling it, if we can figure that out, then that would solve everything. We just store if the current node that it is on, or the current stage of the workflow that it is on, if it is on a parking node or not. But that doesn't help. In regards to parking nodes information, well, we have to be careful because there could be a parking node that doesn't Would it just be easier for us to just say that the user can't adjust the workflow until all nodes are either in the done column or they are just not in flight? And then that way we don't have to worry about historical deleted node node information. We don't have to worry about tracking whether or not it's a parking node or a gate, or if it's the last gate before something moves to the done column, or if it's just a parking node that's in the middle of the workflow. This, I think, would alleviate most of the problems and also keep the system mm, as universal as possible, right? Okay, so we need some custom. We need to set some custom icons. Warning. Yep, you'll do. Error. So then what's the difference between warning and error? Stop sign? Okay, what are you saying? Um, Tile descriptor show worker mainline shows persona and number developer one. Got it. Check. Blah blah blah. QA goes in one. Task number 2 ran last week when your workflow. What up, Seafoams? I can tell you I'm doing better than last night. Last night, I really wanted to like just punch the shit out of something. How you doing today? Ran last week when your workflow still had a QA tile. It passed through QA and finished, so the daemon permanently stamped it. Current stage equals reviewer QA. That stamp is correct history. It really did go through QA today. You removed the QA tile. Damn right. Now the board says number 2's card. It tries to return reviewer QA into a label by asking the current workflow. So it fall back to crudely capitalizing the wrong string reviewer QA. Nothing's broken. The label is just ugly because we looked it up in the wrong place. So you do not need to preserve the historical node type for the normal fix. The stage string is already stored. Earns its keep. Rare, park it with history modal, so ignore preserve historical for now. The catalog lookup is the whole fix for built-in percent. Okay. So if a task is in the middle of the Kanban board, say it's in progress or pending or whatever, but then it was used, I guess I can't change the workflow. So it, so they have to either delete the task or keep the workflow, complete it, and then go from there. And then in the future, okay, so the historical piece should never should only occur once something is in the queued column or in the done column. So for example, there's no way for a card to exist in the middle of the Kanban experience, in the middle of the workflow, because the UI will be locked, so they can't change the workflow until they either remove it, or reset it, or get it actually to the done phase through the workflow itself. So there's no way for it to show up in the middle of the field. The only time the historical information needs to be displayed would be it's either in the queued column or the done column. Is that correct? If it's in the queued column, should we have to have the user select what role it actually should be? No, if it's in the queued column, it doesn't matter. What am I thinking? I'm making it too complicated. So for example, there's no way for a card to exist in the middle of the Kanban. We'll just say in the middle of the workflow, because the UI will be locked, so they can't change the workflow until they either remove it or actually get it. So there's no way for it to show up in the middle of the field. The only that's basically what I just said. So they can't change the workflow until they either remove it or get it through the workflow itself. The only time the historical information needs to be displayed would be in the done column. Is that correct? If it's in the queued column, we should have. At which point, it doesn't even matter anymore because it's not, and there is no active node type or persona attached to it. The work is done. And the only other place that it might show up is in the queued column, but if it's in the queued column, then if at a minimum, the role that's assigned to it is architect, because nothing has claimed it yet, correct? How's the project going? So the project's going, like I said, better than last night. Like I said, I wanted to throw my laptop across the screen last night after the debacle that Fable gave us. So we're working through the workflow still. There's some stuff that we're doing. So we're working right now. We're working on this issue where, technically, I shouldn't. Well, I can do it because everything here is pending, but we're gonna lock this down to where if anything is in the in progress or pending columns, or or the failed column, the workflow is locked down. And then we don't have to worry about if this task was assigned to QA, but then I went into the workflow and I deleted the QA node type, we don't have to worry about any type of historical information. So the only time the historical information gets viewed would be in the I guess in a report, or in a, which is already generated, so it's not live, or in the history in the done column. So I'm trying to figure out how to do, like, we're not migrating tasks whenever we change a workflow, but we have to preserve the information for historical purposes, or else the information in things like the modal break. And the core, like I said, the core thing that we're trying to figure out is like, and prevent from happening is, I don't want something to be in the pending column that's waiting on the QA agent, or let's say waiting on any agent, and then the user updates the workflow, and then they don't have a way to actually get the task to the done column. That's what we're trying to prevent. So it's basically protecting the user from fucking up. Reinforces no historical machine. Your premise holds the lock in progress. Pending task can never reference a removed node because you can't edit the workflow while anything. So the ugly review, blah, 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 blah. Queued, one correction. It's not architect. A queue task isn't sitting at the architect. The architect is the creator of tasks, not a once created task first stage. So an unclaimed queued task displays the first work stage, not architect, and queued task can go stale. If you edit the workflow while one sits there, the lock allows it. But the fix is trivial and isn't historical at all. A queued task has no history, it never ran, so on a workflow change, we just repoint it to the new workflow's first stage. In progress pending, kept the lock. Queued, keep clean by repointing, no history involved, done. The only place stable with cosmetic, the catalog, aware lookup fixes the display. So you're right, no historical snapshot machinery for full built-in personas. All we need is blah, blah, blah. Okay, so just to confirm, the tasks that are in the queued column could become stale, but with these new changes, it's going to be able to automatically resolve. Should we even show the first stage node type if it's in the queued column? Because at that point, technically speaking, a task has not been claimed yet by anything. Only once the workflow starts do things start to become claimed. So that's not even really a wiring problem. That's just an appearance problem, correct? So we'll figure out what he wants to do about that. Because that last part's the important part. I don't think it's wired up. It's just visually showing it. This is just saying builder 1, but builder 1 has not claimed this task. What's my favorite AI currently? Probably Codex. But I can't use Codex because I only have 4% remaining and it doesn't reset until tonight. So I'm stuck using Claude. It's definitely not Fable. I'll give Fable another chance, but it's not going to be until at least some of the stuff gets knocked off the board and it's something new. I shouldn't have switched until this was done. So for the other issue where it's not actually waiting on QA, it's still waiting on a node type. The node type is just the user gate node. So that label shouldn't be hard coded to just the last or current agent. It needs to be the current state. So in that example, it should say user block because that's why it's not in the done column and it's in pending. So okay. Unfortunately I gotta close you, Codex. I'm sorry. Okay, so we've got that can be warning, or that can be error. This can be success. We need something for warning. Pause. Let's go with pause for now, and we can always fix it later. Here, red, and then why is this one's out of order? I want orange or do I want yellow? I'm using orange for other stuff. Okay, what are we saying here? What are we saying? Pinning card isn't waiting on an agent, it's parked at a node, and that node is a user gate node. That is literally why it's in pending, not done. So the card's prominent label shouldn't be hard coded to last current agent. It should reflect the current node state. And the data is already there for user gate work. The gate the task is parked at is knowable in the pending variance. Okay, go ahead and implement all of these changes. Everything looks good now. So that's going to take fucking 30 minutes to do because it's slow as shit. I wonder, should I make these? I still don't really love that thumbs up for approval. Like that, it seems like it's asking for approval versus success. What can I use for success besides thumbs up? Okay, exactly right. The gene. Blah, 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 blah. Oh, yeah. Okay, so it's still thinking. Success. Fuck you. Win. Oh, wind and all that bullshit. Wine glass. All right. All right. Celebrate. Oh. Okay. No. I don't want to meddle. What defines success? What would you want as an icon for a success modal? Because I have no idea. I guess the thumbs up's fine, and then we can just weird icon. We can just swap it out later. Lanyard card. Yeah, I don't know. We'll keep it for now. Okay, so back over to you. Total better icons. Great success. Okay, so we got 8 pixels on this dude. Move that dude over there. So these will all show the stage, not the agent. I don't think it should show anything in the queued column because they're not claimed. So I don't think it should show at all. We'll see if it does that or not, if it picked up on that. What am I? Oh, I'm working on the modal. That's what I'm working on. Okay, so we got to figure out how to squeeze all of that into here and in a better way. And I need to grab those sprites. All right. You're still thinking. You haven't built it yet. Okay, so that's kind of what it would look like. I think that needs to be a darker dim. Yes, that's better. And then we need to make this a swap. And then you're going to be a fill at a minimum. Never mind. Section styling? No. Whatever. I don't know how often I'm going to be doing that, so I don't care. You're still running. I need to make a swap piece. Okay, so then that show up. Okay, that does show up. Oh. Is node type. Yeah, it'll just be type. Say reviewer means these need to be all adjusted. Type reporter agent. And then over here, visibility is foreground, background, level, workflow. Okay, so then it's just this one. It's just these two. It's just those two that happen. Be that way. And you're okay, you're okay, you're okay, yeah, that's all good. Is it just it's review agent, okay. That's probably good because then it distinguishes it between an agent and a whatchamacallit. You need to be vertical, make you a thing just so I can see you. Finally, okay, so you're starting to do builds. What are we up to? This thing is 17 minutes? Yeah, called it. Visibility, background. Yeah, that's right. So then that no, this is reporter 8. Right. Workflow. It would be work stream. It would be work stream. All these need to be changed. Except for your task. Your task. But only because of the current position. Still running. Agent pool. I don't need that. Okay, so then runtime. Do I have GPT 5.5? Okay. BERT. Runtime source. What the fuck is that? Runtime source. Template default. Runtime source. Template default. No idea what that is. Ooh, you're finally done. Ish. 200 tokens later. Inspector loses non-built-in custom personas. A policy persona copyright collapses to custom because workflow only knows the built-in personas. This is consistent with the design's deferral of custom agent. This is consistent with the design's deferral of custom agent drop-down population, but worth noting for for the later custom. Oh, okay, I see, I see. Because we don't have any personas or custom blockers. Git note. I started on branch. What? Display in as the trailing integer of the node, not the freeform title. So the default layout renders. Inspector persona. Inspector persona is like a Harry Potter thing. It is card driven, not policy driven. So the editor selection is the source of truth necessary for a coherent write back. Okay. Inspector persona drop down. Clicking a tile opens the modal sheet. Title is now developer one. Subtitle worker. A new persona row sits under the divider. For reviewer, it's a native macOS pop-up picker. Sounds good. A placed tile to a node type. Mm. Agents, and then you're going to be custom. I think that's the right way. Okay, so round one, editor node modal redesign, the workflow. Decoupling Workflow decode bounded, blah blah blah. Please screenshot the review with three strings to check. Drawer now has 7 node types: architect, worker, reviewer, porter, custom, user gate, loop. Builder is now gone. Tester and QA collapsed to reviewer. Place title now reads developer dash one over small worker, no more builder. Click a reviewer tile. Two things before round two. That was only, you didn't even do all of it. Okay. Um, so 1, 2, and 3 all look fine. The only change is whenever I placed a QA tile, or is that whenever I put a second uh, review tile in place and then change the persona to QA, it should be QA1 because that's the only persona. It's the only tile with that persona on the board. Right now it says QA2 because it's the second node type. It's the second reviewer node type, which that doesn't matter because it's all based on the persona, not on the node type. I guess I need to card. So the plan looks good, but I just want to confirm I shouldn't be seeing any of these types of changes being reflected in the Kanban. Is that for the next slice? Okay, so where are we at? Oh, okay, I see. This is not the ADE project folder. It's just the ones that get shipped. Agent ADE node types. Okay, so then this one goes ADE personas. And then this is the custom. Yeah. Okay. And then I don't know what QAS is supposed to be. Correct. You shouldn't see any of this in Kanban. That's by design. Round one, round two, and remember review the Kanban side changes. So the next slice, round three, card identity. So one nuance, so nothing surprises you. The editor now generates labelless JSON, but your existing. And the Kanban reads the store. Yes, go ahead and do round two and round three together. So it would go to pending user. What else do I need? So this needs to be a drop down. Those get separated out into Oh. Um. Oh. Yes, yes, yes. Gotcha, gotcha, gotcha. That's okay. That's how that's working. Approved round three needs the pills present. It edits blah blah blah, decouples them, and you've been green at round three. So I'm making the topology call, flagged, merge. Then do both rounds. I'm also deciding to dedupe, roll, statable, and you'll screenshot review. After the identity line carries the pending state user block awaiting merge. I'll retire the now redundant gate plus question pills, but keep the dependency pill blocked by. Let me append both rounds to the task file and kick off the builder. Okay. Got it, got it, got it. So you guys are this way. I need to have a text area as a moment. What intrigues me about my project? Sorry, I don't know when you sent that. Mainly it's systems on systems on systems. I like designing systems and coming up with systems more so than the actual, like, literal designing, like what they look like visually. I like designing systems and how things work together. Um, that I mean, the big thing with AI stuff is it needs, like, um, if you're like on X or whatever, you can see that everybody's talking about loops. Like, you shouldn't be prompting, you should be looping. I mean, obviously you have to kick something, you have to start that loop off with something. So I still think that it starts with a prompt, unless you have an external thing coming in, which is kind of something that I have been thinking about. Um, I was thinking about adding another possibility of adding another column to the Kanban, and it would be called like external. So, for example, you could have like um, have an MCP server that connects to linear, and then you could create the tasks in linear, and then they would just then they automatically connect to the architect to be created into tasks. Or maybe you wouldn't need the architect for that. Maybe that just does go into it. The MCP would just create the tasks manually, not manually, but without an LLM. And then they could go in there, and then you could start your workflow loop from there. But I think that if you're not doing something like that, then you have to have the initial part, and then everything from there loops. You don't need to go in and have it. You don't need a prompt like, okay, hey, go test all my code. It just will do it because that's part of the workflow. The other part is, when I started this, I didn't know anything about vibe coding, and so I want this product to be able to be useful for people who are also just starting to vibe code and they don't just put out complete garbage. So if they wanted to use the engineering template, they could use the engineering template, and it should be decent enough code because it at least forces it to go through a QA process, a testing process, and all that kind of stuff. The other modes, which is what I want to get this in place, so then I can actually build another mode that'll just be like architect and builder, and then I will have the builder do a little bit of testing itself. Um, and then maybe it goes to a QA agent after the loop. Um, but then, like, I don't need to wait. I don't want to be wasting tokens on a reporter. So then that would be the more like vibe code type thing, or that would be like basic development. Um, and then the vibe code one would just be like, give me 7 architects. So once I get this done and everything is working, then I build the other template that has fewer stuff. That's when I'll probably start. I'll drop this as a. I'll stop using that. I'll stop using the desktop apps or the CLIs by themselves, and then I'll actually start working inside of this. But right now, the workflow just isn't. It's not complete, so I can't use it to build itself yet. So, long-winded answer. I got rid of it. How big were these things? Were they 360? It's 260 divided by 8. No. So 264. Bill. Okay, so then that means what are you guys set at? Almost everything. So on also using Fable, crazily impressed, not gonna lie. I actually stopped using Fable. I should probably update the title. I'm not impressed. I used it last night and it wasn't good. It wasn't great. It actually caused like 4 hours of heartache. And then I tried it again this morning. Same thing. I don't know if I'm just asking way too much of it or what, but I don't see the magic everybody's talking about. What are you running it on? Like what task are you giving it? Because this is what I'm getting. Well, I'm not impressed with where Claude is at. I just came back from Codex to Claude to try it out, and this is what I'm saying is every time I try to do something, it's like I'm gonna call 120 different tools to update some Swift files. Like it doesn't. I don't understand what's going on. Oh, I don't like that. So I don't know why this is happening. Why is this taking 160 tokens to do and 123 tool uses? But then and the tool uses is fine, but then I look at it and it's just ran, edited, and half of it is just reading. I don't know why the models need to read all of this stuff. It doesn't make any sense to me. Maybe these can be... Fill container. Then you guys are set to fill. You should be fill. You should be fill. Then the text itself. Crazy. And it's just super slow. I'm not loving it. Give me my Codex. The only reason I'm not using Codex is because I only have like 3% left for the week and it doesn't reset until tonight. I'm hoping I'm just going to open this app and it's going to come back and say, hey, we reset your usage. Have fun. That'd be really cool. That'd be really smart of them. Also be really expensive for them, but whatever. Let's see. So minuscule, and then I want the text. Okay, and then we need to put you over there, you over there, and you over there. And then so this one is the type persona custom. God dang. Is that what we're calling these things? User gate. Yeah. And pending and what do we call these? We call it just a gate. Um um so then we need Okay, so then you have to be inside main actions. Means you're actually this way, you are that way, blah, blah, blah. You get hugged. Where did that? There it is. Okay, so then this would be why text only medium. Oh, whoa, oh. No, that's right. Text only. Oh, text only. Then this would be just medium. Okay, this dude finally showed up. Round 2 per persona numbering, blah 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 blah. Round 3 Kanban card identity equals current node state daemon and Swift. Shows next developer destination hint. In progress, the live agent pending. Two notes for your call. QA verification this round is logic bearing. Oh, okay, blah blah blah. Round 4, the last plan slice edit, locked expansion queued or done only. Okay, so let's see if this new build looks correct. I'm gonna say no. Um, so I don't think that this is correct yet. For example, in the screenshot, you can see that there are items that are in the pending column that um, say that they are awaiting merge, but they already have the merged to main badge, and then they have the button to push to origin. Um, so not sure. Awaiting merge is not the correct label for those. Um, and then in the queued column, it says next colon builder one, which builder one isn't a thing. So I don't know if it's just pulling the information that's saved in the database versus what is reflecting from the workflow. Um, it should be reflecting what's in the workflow, not whatever is in the database. So as part of whenever a workflow is changed, it needs to do a cleanup pass so that this is reflecting the correct stuff. Um, and honestly, the queued column shouldn't have this label at all. It's not been claimed by anything. The obvious place is for it to go to in progress to a worker agent. Um, but I don't think that it's neat, and this will also it'll also fix this problem where it's showing stale data. This was something that was in the last task, and you didn't do it. As far as the in progress, I'm assuming it says builder one because that's what the database says. It shouldn't actually be an issue because if there was something that was in progress and we tried to change the workflow, it would be locked. Um, so this needs another round of fixing because right now it's not correct. Stupid. I'm glad we just wasted 200,000 tokens. Fantastic. Okay, so in place. No. Action. What was the most important thing you learned about vibe coding? Uh, do it in chunks. Like, yeah, AI is good, but I think people are taking off way too big of chunks. You're gonna get a bunch of AI slop, a bunch of tech debt, a bunch of garbage. Um, I don't know. I think a lot of instabilities and things that are gonna come back and bite you in the butt later. Um, because people are just taking off way too big of chunks at a time. Um, I'd rather have to sit here and do 50 prompts to get what I want and get what I need and to make sure everything is correct versus trying to do everything in just like one or two prompts. I think the biggest thing, like people, the big like conversation on X and stuff is like what's more important, like being able to code or or market or whatever. And I don't think it's not the technical stuff. It's being able to understand the product and communicate both to potential customers, potential users, as well as to to the bot, to the LLM, to actually get what you want out of it. If you don't understand your own product, then the AI won't, and if the AI doesn't, then the users won't either. Personally. I keep adding an R. Um, Agent, workflow, LLM. Right on all accounts, the screen isn't correct yet, and I can see exactly why. Let me diagnose precisely. You can already see exactly why, but you didn't have to diagnose. Come on now. Makes the board correct continuously, not just after a cleanup. DB cleanup on workflow change. Still worth doing for functional correctness. So a queued task claims on the right stage, and that the structure next structure is separate from making the labels right. Would it also just be easier for some of this if I just created a new project which generated a new JSON file? So then that way it's not doing any sort of weird fallback type stuff, or is the real fix that we need to just have the JSON be updated? Because A, it's going to have to be updated from the workflow side of things, but also or is the real fix that we need to just have the JSON? I don't love that. That means persona also has to be a drop down. These have to be drop downs. This has to be a drop down. Shit. On workflow save change, repoint queued task to the current first stage functional and your in-stream trainer. Normalize old workflow JSONs to the current schema on load, drop legacy fields. It's the editor owns the JSON model and is complementary to route. JSON side updates are worth doing and align with the editor owns the JSON, but they don't remove round 4. The display must derive from persona because you removed the label. So my recommendation, proceed with round 4, persona derived display. And I'll reseed the stale JSON test v3 done task as part of it so you can verify against a clean board. Then round 5 does the functional cleanup, JSON normalization on load. So can you change for this round 4 and round 5 changes, can you force a few of the tasks to be the new direction, but then leave at least one of the tasks as the old values, so then that way we can also verify historical roles from something that the workflow changed and it uses an old thing. So can you update the the tasks to reflect that? Can you change for this round for change round 4 and can you do round 4 and 5 changes, but can you force a few of the tasks to be the new direction, but then leave at least one of the tasks as the old value? Then leave it. One of the done tasks as the old value, so that then that way we can also verify historical roles from this. Okay, I think that's if it actually does it, then we'll be okay. Right, well, that runs. I'm gonna go. I'll be right back, like 30 seconds. And then hopefully it'll at least be done thinking. For our design, a done waiting integration card pending shows blank. Two builders this time. Two builders. Boom, 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 boom. Maybe that'll block a little of the light from my eyeball so I can actually see some contrast ratios here. Okay, so then we decided I needed to have a drop down button label. Ugh, gonna screw a lot of shit up. Maybe I could just have that as a chat or as a change link. No, because it's already in a modal, so I can't do a modal in a modal. That'd be stupid. This is the only one that wouldn't have anything. The level doesn't need one either. Because that just depends on if it's inside a loop or not. So I'm actually just gonna delete that one. Come on. Okay, so then the question is, do I zebra stripe these? No. Okay, so inline. Did I did it. I did. Did do that. Okay, so really don't like those things. So if it's not there, thing needs some serious help. This can still be here. Um, right. Okay, so then that becomes show icon question mark. But then either way, the gap is okay. You're still working 18 minutes later, burning all the fucking tokens. Okay, so that's probably enough information for now on this dude. Wait, why did my buttons go away? Where the fuck are my buttons? Do you show up here, but you don't show up? Okay. How big? So this dude is 579. So I'm gonna say the max height on these modals. Hug. Should be and max height. Well, 8, is that a whole number? Yeah. But we'll say 512 is the maximum height before it then forces it to start to scroll. Why? Wait, so where did I set this stupid thing? Thought it was here. Oh, yeah, it is there. Okay. So then why are you... Okay. So this thing is set up for bug content. Gotcha. Okay. That's what I wanted. Man, I don't know. Do I prefer to say 6 foot? I would never say 5'12". Do people actually say that? Because then would they say like 5'12 and a half? That doesn't make any sense. Okay, so that works. That for this, I think I'm gonna change it to be yeah, that looks better. Okay, so you can do this, you can do your drag and drop. You click on it, you get the modal. I need if you hover over it, you get the close. Is this the right close? That's that. That's a radio button to be checked. Wait. You just having weird rendering? How is this dude still going? Holy shit. I don't understand. Some people say 512 as a joke. I've literally never heard anyone say they're 512. Why would you like isn't the whole thing everybody wants to be 6 foot? So why would they say 512? I don't get it. Okay. What? Really don't want to be designing all day, but this thing is so fucking slow. 30 minutes, 300,000 tokens. Why? For like less than 300 lines of code changed? Fuck Claude. I said it. Fuck Claude. Okay, so the hover states work. Or are in place, I should say. State normal. Actually, thinking about this is almost none. Wait, what? No, minuscule. Almost none, and then add another on top. Sure. So we got drag and drop, we've got the modal, got a Kanban board. Kanban tasks don't have any of their badging. So the tasks need to be updated to have all of those different options. And then I need that stuff. That stuff's fine. I need to change all of these. Yeah, I need to change all of these to that one's rolls off. Kanban off. Kanban off. You on. Footer. Kanban off. You're there. Yeah, sure, whatever. That's fine. Okay. Are you still round 4? Wait, you the V3 reseed is not committed. There's a backup stash. This is a big logic bearing initiative, demon projection order, blah, 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 blah. Okay, whatever. We'll run QA after I check it because if it's fucked up, then what's the point? And ban. Okay, so you have nothing in place. You're saying you're in. Okay, so you're saying you're in progress as a developer. And then I guess reviewer QA is an old. Okay, and now we've got the lock. So is reviewer slash QA being displayed here because that's the historical information since the QA persona is not in the current workflow? Is that what's going on here? Two cards, reviewer QA number 1, the old value number, and tester number 2. This is your historical versus. If there's supposed to be a So for the done column, I see 2 cards, but they're done and everything looks fine, I guess. But for reviewer slash QA, that's in the failed column. And I see that that's the old value, but I don't see anything that says that it's stuck with tester. If that's meant to be something that is a failed task at the tester stage. So if that's supposed to be there, then the tasks are not seated correctly for me to verify that. Progress developer, not one. Queued. 6/24, no agent label pending. Okay. Workflow tab should now be locked. Yes. If I add a new. That's correct. Housekeeping, the V3 reseed, blah, blah, blah. Stash, the Kanban task file stamp is still parked. All restored at integration time. I also want to confirm, is the actual workflow, i.e. what is in the editor and what the JSON file that is generated, are those now matching and correct? So if I change the workflow editor tiles, the JSON file will reflect correctly. And then also, if I was to then run a task with a changed workflow, is it now also hooked up to the new JSON files? Or are we still running off of hard coded workflow? Or the older style JSON that included labels? I'll just from before these changes. See what it says. I mean, I guess I should have known that changing the workflow would have taken a couple of things, but I did not think it was going to take a week. So I need to make. Let me address the failed card then. Actually, on the failed, that card is task number 4. It failed, and this last stage was QA, the old value. So it renders the historical catalog label reviewer QA, exactly like the done. Just on a failed card. You're right that the seat only gave you a failed on old QA card and no failed on current tester card, so you can't see the current value. Well, on the pipeline question, let me confirm in real code rather than guess, since it's execution actually. So I need. So this could be, if you're looking at your workspace, at the current workspace, the task can look like this. And then if I'm in a view all project or view all workspaces, then I need to have another variant that's got this badge. But I still need to figure out what to do with all of these fucking things. And then I need badges for at the group level or at the work stream level. Why doesn't this show the merge? That's shitty. how could this one can't be published? Can't be published and pushed failed and have an option for push. These two can exist. That one can't. That one can exist. Okay, 109,000 tokens to go confirm what the fucking thing is. What is this thing doing? Editor to JSON Swift completed. Yes, it's a top level. Node level visual styling and per card title numbering tester or editor presentation concern. The real test, does a persona swap actually change execution? Yes, if you switch a reviewer tile from tester and save the claiming pool, reviewer QA, the task gets reviewer QA and the running agent loads persona QA. Okay. Both confirmed. Hard-coded legacy fallbacks, none for custom workflows. The hard-coded stage lists are consulted only for built-in template. They are tolerant back-compat parsers, but they read the same. For custom workflows, the edited JSON is the single source of truth. Okay, so I understand that custom workflows are not hard-coded and they are fully they fully run off of the JSON files, which are fully ran off of the editor. My question is why do we still have hard-coded legacy fallbacks for built-in workflows? They should be treated exactly the same. The only difference is that they get inserted into the shipped folder and then they're locked. They can be duplicated, but they can be locked, but they come locked. Are not hook coded and they follow. I'll give it some love, which sounds great. Question is, why do we still have hard-coded legacy fallbacks for built-in workflows? They should be treated exactly the same. The only difference is that they get inserted into the shipped folder and they are locked. Let's discuss. We're like so fucking close. So close. So goddamn close. So you need No, I'm just gonna keep you as. This, you're absolutely right. Are the same kind of save templates, blah, blah, blah. So they are pre-configured defaults, not special hard-coded workflow classes. So the hard-coded built-in workflow templates is legacy debt, not the intent. Why it's hard-coded today, best read. Historical sequencing, the built-in engineered workflows. Ship the built-in as JSON assets installed at init. Marked source built-in locked but duplicable. Author the canonical JSON once. Lay out the engineered workflow in the editor or hand author and ship that file. It must parse exactly today's behavior. I'd gate the hard-coded deletion behind a parity test. Golden file like board projection baseline.json, proving the JSON reproduces the current stages, columns, policy is execution byte for byte. Confirm the JSON format is true superset. So what is the next step to would it be to start a new project that doesn't have any seeded files, run the task, make sure the task runs correctly, and then make sure that the logs show that it followed all of the policies and steps the way we are intending, and if it does, then that becomes the locked in file? Is that the next step? I'm going to say yes. Oh, that's why I was going to do that. If it's a single. So I'm trying to figure out how these tests are going to work when they're by themselves, when they're in a group, and whether I'm viewing in all workspaces or just the selected workspace. Because we got this badge, we've got the report that goes here or it goes here. The main thing I'm struggling with is if I need to show this number. When it's all workspaces, I think having the number is fine. But if it's by itself, then it's this. But then I don't want them to be like completely drastically different, and information is just flowing in different, or is being represented in different spots. If you change views, I think I'm just gonna have to do it. So this is what it looks like if the task is by itself and it's in only the workstream tasks, or only the workspace, viewing only the workspace tasks. And then this is task in a work stream inside, still only viewing inside your workspace. But does it need to change? It does need to change if you're in a different workspace, if you're viewing all workspace tasks. But how much? Okay. Right idea, but there's one gap in the sequence we're servicing because it changes the first step. A brand new project doesn't generate a built-in JSON, it runs the heart. Oh, fuck. So the first real step is producing the candidate JSON, and the cleanest way is one that also dog food spot. Duplicate the engineered template in the editor. Duplicating it runs it through the same workflow. You blah, 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 blah. Then there's really two levels of validation. You run it and check the logs. It's the second one. Produce. duplicated, engineered. Parity check, cheap, assert the JSON. Okay. Got it. Here we go. We're gonna do this for reals. New folder, JSON v4. Okay. Let's do Claude, Grok. Change you to Claude. Make an MD file that contains art as the content. Okay, let's go ahead and start. Okay, so check the JSON v4 project. I've duplicated the workflow. So there's a custom workflow that should match. I didn't change anything, that should match the built-in engineering template. And I have created the first task, and it's currently sitting in the queued column. Oh, actually, just kidding. Make an MD file that contains the word poop. As an aside, one thing that I just discovered is I ran the architect as with the haiku model, and it generated the MD file that I asked it to itself versus creating it as a task. So there's currently one MD file already in the working content folder because the architect did it itself. I then switched it over to a higher model, and it generated the task file. Generated the task. Besides the issue with Haiku, go ahead and check all of the JSON files, the log files, the databases, everything to make sure that we are at least where we're expecting to be at this point. On it, let me locate the JSON v4 project first, then do a thorough read-only audit on everything else. Everything in it. I can't even read. Idiot. Okay, so you found it. Surveying the DB. Clean initial picture workspace runs the duplicated custom workflow. Okay, JSON test. Task number 1 is ready. Worker 1, work stream content updates was created and working. And working content fart.nd is the haiku self-execution stray. Now the important part, a real parity check on the duplicated JSON against the hard-coded engineered plus the logs. Let me run through a read-only audit. Okay, so it's saying everything is kosher up until the point of the JSON file that got generated. It's going to run it against the candidate for what gets shipped. What is currently built in, making sure that the editor generated the exact same thing. Because if it didn't generate the exact same JSON file, then it's useless. Is the duplicate a faithful match for engineered parity pass fail with the specific disk? And is the project state where it should be at this point? Plus a short note on the haiku architect self execution. Do not change anything. Okay, so it's researching the stand up, the one-off piece as well. I really wish it wouldn't have done that and had just done what I asked it to do. And I really just want to click go. Please let me click go. It had to create a whole file just to do parity. It couldn't have just checked. Fuck Claude. Oh right, because they're I probably shouldn't have changed the models until after. I mean, if it comes back and that's the only thing that it reads differently, then we're fine. I'm not sure it's gonna come back with that though. Come on. Come on, come on, come on. Task number 1 in DB. Current stage equals worker developer. Worker 1 match built in first stage true. Okay, so I think it's about to tell us everything's good to go. At least I really hope that's what it's going to say. Essentially pass. Oh, fuck. I don't want essentially, I want it passed. 2 delta to decide on. Generator, fidelity, not state bugs. Okay, so okay, so where it should be is checked. Task 1 ready at worker developer worker 1, the engineer, blah blah blah. Content updates, workstream created, LinkedIn. Planning mode, babysit autonomy, no orphans. The haiku aside confirmed it's a model capability issue. It called create a task, and it did not do the haiku architect given the same kind of request called write directly. Applied done, ignoring the MCP only coordination and contract entirely. That's a weak model failure to follow the prompt contract, not a workflow state. It's exactly the gap the enforcement hooks, the third enforcement layer prompt would close. Those aren't built yet. The practical takeaway: don't run the architect on haiku. Blah blah blah. Where this leaves us, we just did step 2, the parity gate by inspection, and it passes. Reconcile the 2 deltas, push intent plus YOLO event serialization, small and hardens the generator's policy round trip. Step 3, live dog food run, enable execution on this V4 project and let task number 1 run the full chain. How do you want to proceed? For now, I want to ignore the YOLO stuff because that's not even that hasn't been expanded upon since like the first week of the project. In regards to the git push and all of that, can you summarize what you're talking about in non-technical terms? Boom, 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 boom. Is dormant from not worth a thought right now. The get push thing in plain terms. When a task finishes, the work goes through 3 shipping steps before it's considered fully done. Publish, merge to main, push. To push to GitHub. The copy you made in the editor says a task isn't done until it's been pushed online. Until then, it parks in the pending column with a push button waiting for you. The old hard-coded version says a task is done once it's merged into main. So the one decision is simply for the built-in engineering should done be merged into main on this computer or pushed up to this. So the hard-coded version is correct that the engineering template and the duplicate that I've made for this project that doesn't have any changes, it should go from pending to done once it's been merged to master or to the parent trunk. So we need to make that change to how the generator and the editor see that for what we have right now, and then update the JSON file that it's already generated to reflect that change as well. The hard coded, so the how do I say this? The old version is correct that the engineering and the duplicate that I've made for this project that doesn't have any changes should move a task from pending to done once it's been merged to master to the parent. We need to make a change that change. So we need to make that change to how the generator and the editor see that for what we have right now. Okay. Let that run. Okay, so that's actually an important thing. It shouldn't be on the task. It should be on the work stream because there's no way to have mix and matched. Create property. What is this? Ooh. All right, what are we saying over here? Decision locked. Engineering equals done when merge to parent trunk. Push is optional, so requires push should be false, matching the old hard coded version. The old editor generator is the thing that's wrong. Let me confirm exactly what the wrong, but where blah, blah, blah. Cursor reads confirmed. Push block includes for trace to the exact source. Step one: continue on workflow design branch. Wift policy set. Da, 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 da. Update the already generated JSON. Correct parity recheck. Confirm the editor generated engineering JSON. Now much last substantive delta since we're ignoring YOLO. I don't want it to ignore YOLO. I just want it to be removed for now. So, what exactly is in the YOLO portion of the JSON file? Because I don't want to necessarily remove it, or I don't want to ignore it. If anything, I'd want to remove it since it's not really even a part of the functionality at this point. Explain what it's doing in the hard coded version first. Box on main with this. The hell is that thing? It's a Kumi spin. I still don't know what that is. What is that? Is that like a troll? Not a troll, like a hobbit or a gnome or I don't know what that is. What is it? Fox on main. What is it? What is it, precious? Let me read the actual YOLO failure routing code. Where are we? We're over here. Okay. Holy fuck. If you called Kumi a gnome, she would be furious. God, that would be funny. No, it's just a spin. Yeah, but okay, I don't know who Kumi is. I guess I'm a boomer. And then it's a spin. But like, what is the thing spinning? I guess it's supposed to be Kumi. I don't know what Kumi is. And it's just a spinning Kuru. I don't know. I'm such a boomer. I don't know. No, you are not Kumi. Is just a VTuber. Okay, so Kumi is a VTuber. Got it. It's not boomer to know people. Okay, all right. Well, good to know. Is what does what does Kumi stream? Like what kind of content? Is it also coding, live coding software, whatever, or what did they? The right pronoun. The workflow's policy decides what happens when a task fails and it branches on the workspace autonomy modes. There are 2 routes. 1, 2. In plain term. If she's scared if she strained anything more complex than a color book. Okay. Okay, so we know 2 things. Kumi does not code, and we know that Fox on Main is not from the US by the way that you spell color. Color. In plain terms, babysit the default. What every normal workspace uses. The task fails, fires a task failed event, drop a notification in the drawer, stop and wait for you to decide, retry, fix, abandon, human in the loop. YOLO, task fails. Instead of notifying you, spawn a headless background Claude P subprocess that needs to go. That tries to recover the failure on its own. Firing forget. If it can't spawn missing, blah blah blah, it falls back to babysit. Yeah, I know what it all is. The delta that we found. When the editor duplicated engineered, it kept the YOLO routes handler but dropped its event task. Yes. I hacked into my CIA terminal and have discovered that your location is EU. As some Americans would say. I'm not a complete idiot. I know the EU is not a country. I just know that you're, and it doesn't even have to actually be the EU. Technically, you just told me that you are in the EU. It could have been Australia or anywhere but the US. Technically, couldn't it have been Canada as well? And then technically, England is not the EU, right? So you're the one who gave me more information than I originally tasked? Tasked? I don't know. You know what I'm saying? You can go to Starbucks, open up the terminal, run matrix train, and have the police show up in 20 minutes. Is that really a thing that Starbucks has? No way. I just assume they'd use like NCR terminals. Your call and where are 2 scopes? So I think what I want to do is remove anything that has to do with YOLO from the JSON file for both the hard-coded stuff and the generated stuff. So because I think at the end of the day, I'm going to end up removing everything that has to do with the YOLO stuff, but I don't want to deal with that right now. I just want to get the workflows to match. So both out of hard coded and generated files, let's remove anything that has to do with YOLO. We can leave the babysitting stuff, but remove the YOLO. Just make sure babysitting stuff is the same, which it looks like it is. Bro, I'm totally elite hacker because I hit the debug menu. Okay, so we've established Fox on Main is from the EU. They know something about someone called Kumi. Kumi doesn't do anything but couldn't do anything more complex than do a coloring book with a U. And that you went to GlitchCon in 2020. If I went to, you probably watched it because we were all dying of COVID. I probably just got de-streamed right then. Okay, so Fox on Main, tell me something else that's new. Are you a vibe coder? You sound like a elite hacker using the debug menu on the Starbucks terminals. Remove YOLO from the failure policy in both the hard-coded bulletin built-in and the editor generated JSON. Keep babysit and confirm babysit is identical. That plus the push fix gets engineering workflow to match. Let me pin down where YOLO lives on the Swift sides. The plan is exact. Okay, so that's working. So those tiles are there. If I come and I look, those are all correct. I need to add this toggle somewhere. I found a cool project today that is vibe coded to port SteelSeries sonar and device control to Linux, and it works pretty well. Is the SteelSeries sonar, is that the audio routing app? Multi-audio channel stuff to work in Pipewire, but the EQ, yes. Okay, yeah. And then I know what you're talking about. Is the SteelSeries, are you using SteelSeries because you've got like their hardware and that's why you're using the Sonar app, but you want it to work in Linux? Or do you just like that app? Because have you did you look into wireless headset? Oh, okay. I see what you're saying. I thought it was something to do with audio channel routing for things like streaming and stuff. I was gonna say, have you looked at whatever potato something or other? That's what I used to use when I did multi-box, not multi-box, but like main PC gaming or streaming PC and then gaming PC and then routing the audio over the network for separate channels. That's what I thought you were getting at. Yeah, sure, go ahead. So if we're in this mode, it would flip over. You use QPW graph? Is like I haven't heard of that one. QPW graph. Audio patch bay. Okay, so it kind of looks like it's the same thing. And I guess if you're on Linux, that might make sense. And so that does the same, that does routing over network, or just on that machine? VB audio voice meter. That's what I was thinking of. Yeah, whenever I streamed video games on my Windows PC to my old streaming machine, I was using voice meter. That's what I was thinking of. Yeah, I googled it real quick and I found it. No idea about network, but you can just send it as a 7-channel audio track over India. Oh, okay. Yeah, so this was like, you could like have your game be, you could pick up your game and then you could, like say your game audio, your mic, and your Spotify, and then you could assign it essentially, I think you assigned it a port, and then you ran that app on your main machine, and then on the streaming machine you would run the same thing, but then you would just have those ports as listeners. And so whenever I would send stuff from HDMI out from my stream machine into my gaming machine into the streaming machine, it was only sending the video signal and not audio. And then I would just pick it up over the network, and then I could have I would have all of those as separate audio channels inside of OBS. Because if I just sent it over the HDMI, then it would just be a single thing, a single channel, like left and right, but a single audio signal. And then, but so then that way I could split them and I could do the volume adjustments, and then that also let me split, like, don't send Spotify to YouTube, but send Spotify to Twitch, whatever. That's what I thought you were talking about. It worked 90% of the time. That is what you're doing, but internally. Okay. Yeah, so there was you could use it if it was still on just one machine. And then that way you could route it you could do it a little bit different routing if you were gaming and streaming off the same machine, but that's cool though. Cool. So I think on this, I want to do fade. So I have a few dummy inputs and outputs that I route between my applications and headset. Then OBS listen to each of those. Yes, yeah. So that's the exact same thing. Exact same thing. Yeah, and then that made it so that I didn't have to do a whole bunch of like crazy crap inside of Windows with its like volume or its audio routing, which is complete garbage. Whenever I set up this machine, so my Mac laptop, I was actually surprised at how easy it was to get everything separated in OBS. Like it was, I literally didn't have to do a damn thing. I just said add Spotify or add browser or add mic, and I didn't have to worry about all this separate routing stuff like I did in Windows. So, uh, if there was a way for me to stream video games on a Mac, I totally would do that. But yeah, that's not gonna happen. Custom library full to none, and then flip you. Apple and Linux do nice applications wherein you can use Proton in the early stages of being ported to Mac. Yes, exactly. Sending the copyright stuff. I do miss being able to listen to real music. We had like guest streamer or like guest DJ, I guess would be the better way to say it. Nights. It was good times. 88. Okay, so how do I need to be so the center apple bottom jeans. No, like not video game music or like not house techno or whatever copyright free music I can find. But like I would always play like 90s rock or something. Or something. I do this. Apple bottom jeans. Oh boy. That should be like that. I need guess that needs to be like that, and then the center needs to be How would I do that? I like my JP stuff lately, trying to learn the language so I can add a fourth one to my CV. JP stuff. What's JP? What is the JP? Japan stuff. Oh, okay, okay. I thought you were talking like a coding language. Okay, so so now we know you're you're in Europe. You're learning Japan, so you know 3 other languages. One of them's English. So we're down to the other 2 languages. I'm going to take a guess that it's probably French German and that you're based in Germany. That's my guess. German is right. But then okay, so it's German and something else, but it doesn't mean that you are German. Okay, so you're not German, but you know German, and you don't speak French. Norwegian? I don't know if that's like, or maybe Dutch. I'm gonna say it's not Italian. Every EU knows German, really? Okay. Okay, so then you're not Norwegian, but you understand it. That's crazy. I guess you could be maybe Spanish from Spain. Nope. Okay. I've been to Germany, France, and Spain, and Iceland. So that's as much as I've traveled to that part of the world. And I knew French in high school and college. The fact I understand but can't speak Norwegian is a huge hint. And you never said yes to Dutch, so it's not Dutch. Swedish? I honestly don't know which. I'm an ignorant American when it comes to the like Norway, Sweden. Swiss, like I don't like all of those realms. Like I'm actually like super interested in those. Like that's kind of where I want to go next time I go to Europe. And go see a fjord, but I don't know much about like the language and all that kind of stuff. I'm just gonna delete this and I have to figure out a solution. Some other. I'll just figure it out whenever I actually tell it. Okay, you're finally done. Need another hint. I feel like if you give me another hint, it's just gonna show how much of an ignorant American I am. But give it. Let's hear it. Okay, engineering workflow now matches both ways. Failure babysit on both. YOLO route removed. YOLO mode workspace just falls back to babysit. There shouldn't even be push required on both. A task goes done once merged to parent trunk. Promotion no push gate. The parity gate is now satisfied. The editor's no change duplicate of engineered is a faithful, complete match for a hard-coded built in. That was the gate that we should replace. Step 3, live dog food run. Step 4, lock it in. Okay, so you're from where Legos are made. Denmark. And Denmark is a Scandinavian country. Okay, so the real American test is what language do I speak? In Denmark? Um, doesn't isn't that Dutch? Or is Danish? Are those are both to Denmark? It's Danish. Okay, but Dutch is a language too, right? Or am I just a complete idiot? Dutch is spoken in Belgium. Okay. Learned something today. I'll put that in my X post. Things I did today. Things I learned. Well, welcome to the American Bearded Stream, where we speak American, and I don't know anything about coding because I'm a designer, and clearly don't know my way around European stuff. Okay. Danish, Swedish, and Norwegian. And then everybody knows German. It's weird. I don't know. Maybe it's not weird that everybody knows German and not French. Okay, so step 3 is live dog fooding run. So next step is to trigger the toggle to run the task through the duplicated. Do I need to reduplicate or Did you fix the JSON file? We were all taught in 1938 to 45. Ooh. Awkward. Germany is a powerhouse in research, so it's a good language to know in general when you work STEM. Okay. So now you work STEM. Very cool. You're a STEM, I'm assuming STEM researcher who speaks German and uses Linux. I basically should work for the CIA. I just completely profiled you. You didn't even know it was happening. By making you think that I'm an ignorant American. Okay, do I need to reduplicate? No. Because I edited the file directly, not through the apps. Save running daemon may still have the old version cache, so reopen, restart the v4 project. So okay. Finally, after like 4 days, we get to test this damn thing again. No. No, I was not. I was not going to guess that. I was going to guess that you rode a bicycle and probably ate Swedish meatballs. Yes and no. We all make mistakes. Okay, make an MD file that says Fox on main as the content. Dispatched task number 2. We're so close. Okay, so I restarted the app, and then just to make sure, I created a new task. In the screenshot, you can see the original task that we created before we ripped out the YOLO stuff, and then these the second task that I created after I restarted the app. But for some reason, on the second task, we have a label of the next node, while the task number 1 doesn't have a label. Shouldn't anything that's in the queued column not have a label to begin with? And if it was supposed to have that, then why doesn't the original task have it? If I quit this, restart it, does it go away? It does go away if I restart. To add to that, I restarted the app and then went back, and now task 2 does not have the label. So not having a label is the correct way to be displaying a task. So something seems to be wrong whenever the task is added. At is the correct. Not having a label is the correct way to display a task, but it only happens. activated both when I restart and when I don't restart. Specifically, I work with Linux admin and programming, so I end up spending all my money on self-hosting. How do you spend money if you're self-hosting it? Isn't that by definition? I guess you had to buy all the equipment for self-hosting servers versus like a VPS. And you work as a Linux admin and programming. Yeah, that'll. Well, that's why you just download the torrent files and not actually buy Blu-rays. And 16 terabyte RAID, yeah, that's not cheap these days. So how many I assume that's one machine, like one chassis, like how many drives is that? And in what, like RAID 5? I don't know too much about RAIDs. Bonus content. Oh, okay. Yeah, so whenever I was doing all of my Plex stuff, I totally was doing it legally and not acquiring it through torrents, but yeah, I don't really care about the bonus content. Well, that, and usually if you're in Plex, usually it'll just pull bonus content. The most interesting bonus content most of the time will just get pulled automatically. Like as like a, it just ties into their thing. But 4x4 RAID 5, got it. Did you build the chassis or the system? Or did you buy it? Jellyfin. So I bought the lifetime membership for Plex like 10 years ago when it cost like $20. So that's why I use Plex. And back then Jellyfin, it existed, but it wasn't very good. And so since I paid for it, I just used Plex, even if Jellyfin is better. But I haven't looked into Jellyfin since my initial purchase, I guess. Mechanism is clear at the label level. Kind equals none. It means it's blank, but a card with no kind, the default branch falls back to showing the raw current stage. So a freshly created card that lacks the board projections. Let me find why the creative end doesn't refresh it. Okay, did you do it? Four bay, 10 gig USB hard drive chassis. Okay, hooked up. And then shares. I mean, that's probably the way I would do it. Right now, mine's just in an old PC. With a handful of drives like completely like just cobbled together. I was just gonna buy the Ubiquiti NAS setup and then hook up a Mac Mini to it. So it would just be the storage device and then the Mac Mini, and then I would just have the Mac Mini to do like Hermes stuff. And then that would be the network drive to that Mac Mini. And then the Mac Mini would just act as the Plex server. That's the plan anyway. That's the plan. Core notebook with its battery hot wired. That actually kind of makes sense. You I guess I could get a new laptop and then use this laptop as the server, and then it's got built-in battery backup. If it works, it works. Should this hurt the live run? Yes, partially. Oh, okay, great. On app launch, the whole board is loaded via the full board projection. Every card gets kind equals known. That's why task number 1 and everything after restart is correct. A newly created task arrives as a live event and is absurd. Task detail, which has no projected agent. So the data is correct. Demon side, this is purely a Swift refresh gap. Single card updates don't get the projected identity. Your question, would this hurt the live run? Yes, partially. So when a task gets claimed, a card wouldn't flip from blank to live agent until the next full refetch. Same class of bug. So no, it wouldn't all display correctly without restarts. Worth fixing before the live run, yes. Should I proceed? Yes, proceed. So, Fox, your server, is it only, are you using it solely for Jellyfin and whatnot, or do you also do like home lab stuff on it? Wait, and then 16 terabytes. That's not that. I mean, not to call you out on your size, but 16 terabytes RAID. That's not very big. I think I have two 10 terabyte drives. It might be 8. So it might be 16 terabytes of storage. They're not in RAID. So is it? Are you sure it's 16 terabytes for a full RAID? To be model for Home Assistant to speak, Home Assistant, few other internal servers. Okay, so it's doing quite a few things then, not just Jellyfin. Olama to be model. I need to get back into the Home Assistant stuff. Before we moved to this spot, I had Home Assistant up and running on a Raspberry Pi. But that was 4 or 5 years ago, and then I just never got back around to it. Obviously, and then that was way before local models were even worth a damn, if they were even a thing. And then even frontier models back then. If I think ChatGPT did exist, but it would have been like one or two. Oh, yeah. Okay, so this is gonna have to get restarted. Gross. So is Home Assistant turning on lights or is it opening blinds and curtains? I think my wife would kill me if I did that. Okay, so I need a spot for the turning on lights and black. Oh yeah, she would. That would last one morning, and then I would be. Actually, it would. What would happen is it would. It would happen forever because she wouldn't know how to turn it off, but I would be dead. That's what would happen. Worst kind of asshole. Worst kind. Okay, so I want this to actually be a hug. You're gonna be that. Workspace views. You'll do center. Your center. Blah blah blah. Why do you think I'm up party somewhere in the college? What time is it? In what did we say? Denmark? Denmark. Yeah, it goes. Almost midnight. That's all right. Actually, that sucks. If you gotta wake up at 5:30, sucks. Bunch of assholes. 2-line fix, 3 new tests. Full suite past build. Okay. Why did you do a full suite test? No wonder it took so long. Okay. I please do it. Sleep on the train. That's good. Actually, wish we rode the train from when we went on our honeymoon. We were there for like 3 weeks. We rode the train from Germany to France, and then France to another part of France, and then France to Barcelona. That was pretty cool. I liked it. I wish we did more train stuff. Okay, this is now ready to go. Reopen the daemon so that has correct JSON tests. Flip the execution toggle. Watch task run the train. Cards should now relabel live as they move. When it's run, I'll do the when it's ran, I'll do the forensic audit. Okay, so you go. Okay, but train sucking in the EU compared to the Japan, it's like Japan versus the EU for American trains. At least the trains we were on, going from like Frankfurt to Strasbourg, and then Strasbourg to what was that place called in south of France on the east western side. What was that? Montpellier, something like that. And then from the train from there to Barcelona. So so now you're saying the agent names. Do I like that? File does not exist. Working content. Blah, blah. Okay, now you're running again. Are you gonna pass this one? So it passed, and it's doing reporter work now. Okay. Time for some Z's. All right, man. Ox, it was good talking to you. Have a good evening. Good day tomorrow. Hope to see you again, sir. Thanks for stopping by. Okay, and then you're published, meaning you're back on the task is on the work stream. And then if I merge to main but with failures. Why? What failed? Okay. So we ran a task for the first time in like a week. It didn't 100% break. Okay, so the two tasks that were there, they finally completed. Um a few things that I noticed, obviously one task number 1 failed. I'm assuming that was I actually have no idea why it failed. Typing. Okay, so the task completed the workflow. Task number 1 failed. I'm not 100% sure why, and it's sitting in the failed column with QA as the label, which that is correct. The second task ran all the way through the workflow, hit the reporter generated the report, and then it stopped in the pending column asking to be merged. Whenever I merged it, it did the merge, but then it said merged but with failures. Not sure why. That doesn't seem right. It seemed like it merged correctly, so we need to do a check on that uh, as well. The other thing that I noticed though is that um, the task cards, whenever they were moving through the workflow, they were showing the name of the panel and not the persona. We need to fix that so that it's always showing the persona that it's currently working on. Do a deep dive on the database rows and the logs and all of the artifacts to figure out um, why task number 1 failed, and then also just confirm that byte for byte everything acted as if it was hard code, the old hard coded workflow. Oh, it's huge. It worked. It did a thing about fucking time. 4 days of work. At least 4 days. It was probably closer to 5 or 6. Why is this? So if I look in here, failed at content dates. Uh, this is wrong. Workstream, task number 1, task number 2. So it looks like it might be because task number 1 and task number 2 were assigned to the same work stream. Um, can you confirm that that's the reason why we're seeing merged but with failures? Um, Task 2 status done. Stage blah 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 blah. You report. So you're saying that it worked, but saying that task number 1 failed because working content wasn't actually created. Okay, I believe that. But then why? Builder task for task number 2. Status done, all stages passed. But then where's the link for merged but the other thing that I'm seeing is that the report that was generated is for the work stream, which if they are part of the same work stream, then that makes sense. But the thing that doesn't make sense is the report for task for the work stream doesn't include anything about the artifact generated in task number 2. It's only referencing the fact that there was an issue with the artifact in task number 1. It says that task 2 status is done and everything was fine, but it never shows me anything about it. See, if this was Codex, I could steer the conversation. Instead, it's going to use 137 tools, cost me 100,000 tokens if I'm lucky, and then take 10 minutes. So, bullshit. That runs. Height of 50. What are you? You're at a height of 64. What do we want to do here? Um, fixed height. I don't I don't love that, but it'll work for now. Just as a reminder that I need to fix it. Okay, byte for byte parity, check. That's a huge, 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 huge one. That means, technically speaking, I could create a new workflow, or at least I should anyway. Should be able to. Okay, byte for byte, blah 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 blah. That's not. Um, merge to main, but with failures. 1 and 2 are in the same work stream, so that makes sense. But the work stream still carries the unresolved failed number one, so it's badge. Blah, 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 blah. The number one published badge is a work stream level. Publication is a work stream property, not a claim that poop.md was merged, so you read it right. Number two's merge was clean. The badge reflects its failed sibling in the same work stream. If you read that too unrelated. Why number one failed? Worker committed the file. Tester verified the file. QA against the main project working tree saw only file does not exist. Two causes, both actual haiku. Again, same pattern as the architect, a weak model not following the contract. Don't run reviewers on haiku. That's not an option. QA prompt verification gap. The tester inspects the deliverable at the recorded commit. Phantom build hardening did that. But QA inspected the live file system instead. QA should verify at the recorded commit worksheet. Could bite even a capable model. Recommend hardening the reviewer QA prompt to inspect the deliverable at the recorded commit. Mirror the tester, independent of the haiku issue. Happy to do that as a follow-up. Want me to? I would. Card label fix. During the run, in progress card showed the panel slot name instead of the persona. That's the round 4 decision. Agent kind prefers pane name. You want the current persona always. Not the slot name. Um, yeah, that's correct. With this plus the live refresh fix already in, the cards will show the current persona live as a task moves through the stages. Yes, confirm the forensic work stream. Confirmed. The report has a detailed section on number one's failure and required action, but for number two, it only states done. It never describes the deliverable with the text merges. So you read it exactly right. It tells you number two was fine, but shows you nothing about what it actually produced. Two important things about this. It's not a data problem. Number two has full artifacts. That's good. It's not a weak model problem. The reporter ran on Opus. Blah, blah. So the gap is the reporter prompt structure organized around failures and required actions. Blah, blah, blah. For a persona literally called technical change logs. That's a real myth. Um, so the gap, so where we are, card label, persona, not panel name. You explicitly asked, have a plan ready awaiting your go. QA, reviewer verification. Okay, so number 2 and number 3 both sound correct. For number 1, the card label, yes, it needs to be the persona and not the panel name. But I think the distinction that we need to add there, um, by doing that, then the label will always be in the same theme, regardless if it is a foreground agent that lives inside of a panel or it's a background agent that lives headless. So I think if we change it to persona, that will make everything better and everything should match more correctly. But I want to make sure that whatever change you're doing for these tasks doesn't affect the panel showing the assigned name, like Michael or Jim or whatever, even though Michael should be assigned only to the architect. And then it should show the persona next to it. We're only talking about the card labels or the task card labels. Yes. That's probably 16. This should be changed to 8. That's about the changes only to Kanban test square level, but not paying header Michael Arctic goes on. Those are separate co-pass, but only verify. Blah, blah, blah. The reviewer reporter prompt pass. I'll plan right after. I just want you to do it. $16.16.8. This one and you are 8. You are 8. Oh, not you. You. Enter. What was I confirming? It's a big shitty confirm. Oh, that's what it was. Number 1 done cleanly, and the builder hash verified. The pane header is byte identical. Blah blah blah. So let me ground. Number 2 prompt pass plan. Quickly look at the actual review tester reporter prompt. 2 is precise. Tester tells the tester to verify the recorded build commit, but QA had no such instruction. So haiku QA check the live working content. My file never landed and the false failed. And we read the reporter prompts for number 3. Both reporter and technical change log summarize are too vague. Opus reads them as pass fail line and an explicit requirement for each completed task. Write a short change log. Oh, you didn't actually do these. Number 1 is done. Okay, this is the plan for number 3. When you're looking at when you're looking at the technical changelog .md as well as the reporter MD, can you to harden it? Wait, no. In addition to these, can you also take a look at the architect MD file and see if there's anything we can do there? I'm going to actually just send this stuff, and then I'll do that as a follow-up. Send it. Figure out why Haiku as an architect didn't work. It should work with any model. The builder. So what else do we have to add to this fucking thing? Only once they are complete do I need to worry about. No. Only once they're. Yes. Once they are all complete. Would report done show up? Do I want a report done? I think I need a report done, but I could just show the icon. AI Rainbow, no way. Engagement. To revalidate, quit, and restart. Okay. Rerun task number 1 or fresh one with a capable model on QA, and the reporter you should see. Please work. Please work. Try. Let's just see if it gets through. Is it doing the looping thing again? Okay, so I'm just gonna, we'll do this. Did you? Restart, reopen v4, blah 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 with the new shipped versions. Rebuild, relaunch the F2, get the fuck. Now it failed at the tester? Now it's just... okay, so something is very wrong. First, whenever I opened up the project, architect was set to Claude. Whenever I clicked retry with Claude, it only pasted the prompt into the architect's prompt input. It did not submit it. So I either would have had to, so I would have had to press enter to actually send the command to Claude. I switched the architect instead to Grok, and whenever I clicked retry, it automatically started. However, the architect then started to do the its job when it comes to retrying a task, but then it started doing the loop thing again where it just constantly loops the entire time. I went ahead and then started the execution loop, and one of the tasks failed at the tester level. And then for some reason, a third task was then created. I'm assuming for the failed task, but at that point in time, I just quit the app. So there's multiple things wrong with the architect, and why it's constantly creating new tasks, why it's constantly looping, and figure out why the tester failed. Why the task failed at. Man, I thought we had it. I really did. I really, really did think we had it that time. Really did. The replacement for number 1 and a new work stream. There are 3 submit architect prompts, prompt kind, task, blah, 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 blah. That's the loop. The app resubmitted the recovery prompt to the architect repeatedly. Task number 1's retry. Builder reran success, then tester escalated manual escalation. That needs a full root cause dive across the great. How do I? Do I? I don't think I really like that. I think that is kind of gross. What about purple? Not purple. I have something. A curved arrow. It's not exactly great. Okay, you're finally done. Root cause found. The good news is the architect itself isn't broken. There's one bug, and now a multi-line prompt is submitted to each runtime terminal, and it cascades and everything you saw here is Claude and OpenAI have bracketed paste the text with one trailing. Now multi-line, so this is a new line inside the composer instead of submitting paste. Don't submit. You had to press enter. Grox after every line. Grox terminal treats each enter. So you're one of your. So each thing you reported explained. Constantly looping, not the architect polling it correctly, does not auto poll. It was your prompt getting fragmented into 5 turns per croc per line submit. Ooh. One input submission bug, not a broken architect. The daemon. The fix make multi-line prompt submit as one atomic message on both runtimes. Bracketed paste the whole block code. Then send one real submit keystroke for grok. Stop still per line fragmentation. One turn in for Claude. Actually submits. Okay. Report failed, merged. Merge failed. Push failed. Then I need to do the other one. Merged, but did we go a fablin today, chat? Sorry, TK, I just noticed you were We're in here. My bad. Fablin. We tried. So I need to... We tried. That'll be all my tombstone 2083. Damn, dude, you want to last till 2083? Fuck that. That's way too old. Would be? I mean, I'd be over 100 years old. No, I'd be 99. I don't know how to do math. I'd be 99. That's way too fucking old. I told my wife I wanted to go at 45. I'm 41 now. Science has a lot of opinion. No. It's a want. Like, it's just like, I'd rather take the next 4 years and cash in all of our retirement stuff than just go spend our retirements now when we're in our 40s, and then after that, who cares? Be done with it. I don't want to be spending our retirement when we're in our 70s. She's not behind it. She's like, no, I want to live together forever. I'm like, how about we just really enjoy our time together now? And ban badge port. But yeah, so to answer your question, we tried to use Fable. I tried to use it last night or yesterday afternoon when it came out. So I had Codex. Okay, this finally came back. So I had Codex, signed up for Claude, started working on a report that I had Codex generate of bugs and fixes. Nothing too outlandish, really. Then I had Opus 4.8 run a few things, and it just took a long time. Then Fable got announced, and then we installed that. I installed that, and then I had Fable, Mythos, whatever. Try to tackle the rest of it. That took, like, I think it was like 63, 64 minutes for it to run. Blew through like 1 million tokens, literally 1 million tokens, probably more. And then I proceeded to spend the next like 6 hours trying to get the app unfucked. And then like laptop almost thrown across the room, and not in a funny kind of way type of thing. It was really bad. Really, really bad. Like, looking back at it, I should have just rolled back and then added to my subscription on Codex, and then just had Codex fix the report. But I was like, okay, it's got to be just something basic, and once I fix that, everything else will come into play. It wasn't. The hell happened? Man, I don't know. So I know part of it was for what, like, I don't remember this from before. Claude is just because now I've switched back to just Opus, and Claude, whenever I run a task, it's like 54,000 tokens, 25 tools, 105 tokens, 1,000 tokens, 52 tools. Like, this thing just wants to use tools all fucking day long. Like, this thing read 8 files, ran 9 commands. Like, 19 tools used 32,000 tokens. Like, it just wants to, like, bullshit. And, like, I don't know, it's extremely slow. But then, so Fable is doing the exact same thing, but then it decided it wanted to run the full demon suite after like every 3 tasks. So then that was 8 minutes. It had to be less than that. It had to be. It took 8 minutes before we did the optimization for Python testing. Because there were like 50 some odd tasks to do. I can probably completed like 3 or 4 of them before I switched over, but it was just bad. It was really, really bad. So I spent the whole last night when I streamed getting it back to all the optimizations and the changes that they needed to happen, but they were all broken. So I ended up getting them all back to essentially working as if the audit didn't work. I didn't actually make any forward progress. And then today we're working on some forward progress stuff. I actually got a couple tasks ran through. So the whole mess traced to one bug per runtime submission. Now unified a multi-line prompt. Okay, I read all that. This one just generally needs your one time. Claude confirm it pastes and auto submits as one turn, no manual enter. Codex if handy, same one turn check. If Claude pastes but still doesn't submit, bump. So it's been one hell of a 24 hours, man. And then we had this Fox on Main from Denmark. Had him in the chat earlier. Hopefully he comes back. He was cool. He chatted a lot. So I gotta switch you to Claude. I gotta see if you submit. Okay, you did submit. Yeah, it sucked. It was not my favorite. Tool use, get task. Okay, so we're asking for tool use. That's not great. But the hook still works, so that was cool. 80, get task attempts, task. Do you want to proceed? Yes. Okay, task 3 is ready for retry. Okay, add a task that creates an MD file that says Tiki McFace. Close. You're gonna be Tiki McFace today. Yeah, I'm bummed that it broke, but I also did run it in the middle of this workflow implementation, so it wasn't even like it was a super easy thing. It was probably just like way too much for it. Fuck. Okay, so I retried it, and Claude created the task. It accepted the prompt injection. I didn't have to hit enter. There was a tool permission request So that's an interesting note, but whatever, I can deal with that. Then I had it create a new task and it created that. Then I switched the toggle onto execution and none of the tasks started up. Actually, and I'm actually bummed that your break is fascinating me. I'm still trying to figure out how to. Fable blew my mind at work last few sessions. It's quite a bit with some release stuff today. I mean, don't be bummed. I mean, some people are having some good experiences about it. It seems like a lot of people are having experiences. Maybe just throwing an audit log at it was too much. I don't know. The the thing I'm confused about is why Claude seems to be so slow. I don't remember it being so slow in the past. Or maybe just it's the same speed that it always was, but Codex is just that much faster. Um the the massive amount of like 52 tool uses like that, like look, like all of this is just random read ran blah 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 blah, like that's insane. 52 tool uses, 105,000 tokens just to investigate like that. I don't know. Yeah, so it's what it's doing and it looks slower too. Yeah, 100%. Even whenever I'm watching it in the back as a background, I'm watching the task go. It's just so freaking slow. And then so like that's annoying. The fact that it broke is whatever. I think I posted it on X. Maybe I didn't. I was talking to someone about it. But it was like I'd rather spend the time prompting Codex 3 times and spend 50,000 tokens versus prompting Fable once, spending 150,000 tokens and hoping that it got it right, and probably having to prompt it a second time. Because at least then it's like I'm interacting with it and it's going. But if instead it's just gonna sit there and run for 15 minutes at a time, like I don't like it. I don't like it. Where's my report failed there? Okay, so I don't need you. Okay, there we go, finally. So you're gonna be yeah, that's a good note because even in their release notes for the models, talk about long-running unwatched tasks for many hours. That's anti-ethical, anti-ethical. The guy's point, and now I'm chewing on it. Mr. Big words and poetry over here. Not poetry, philosophy. Long-running unwatched tasks for many hours. Yeah, I mean, I guess the thing is I'd be less pissed off if it was only Fable, but the fact that 4.8 is just slow as shit as well. I wish I could get a refund on this month's subscription of Claude. Especially because then we found out, or maybe they released it at the same time, but then everybody found out or realized that they're taking it away in 10 days. So it's not even like we get to use it for a long amount of time. Okay, merge. This one's an action. I mean, I get it, but at the same time, like, didn't y'all just sign a huge deal with SpaceX to like use Colossus 1? So how can you be compute constrained? Which is bonkers to me. Oh, I need it. Then you are failures. You are failures. To me, it sounds like they just need to make their deal with SpaceX bigger so they don't have compute problems. Because that sounds like it would go really well for me tomorrow. Try not to think about the data centers I'm paying for by using all those elements. Yeah, don't worry about it. It's fine. They're just rainforests. They'll grow back. Okay. Besides, we had to build a couple so that then Elon gets the idea to launch him into space. It makes everybody happy, especially stockholders. Report, merge, push. Dude, that'd be so sweet. Except obviously it wouldn't be Claude, to be Grok. It'll be the future will arrive whenever I can be in the driver's seat of my Tesla while it drives me to the location and I don't have to do anything because it's fully supervised at that point. Beaming down Grok straight to my phone over satellite to sell while I run automation through the Grok app, through the Grok CLI that's inside of the mobile version of the ADE, doing automations for my home assistant over Starlink. That'll be the future. That's when you'll know that we have arrived. Okay, that one is merged. This one is report. This one will be push. Is it just the last question all the way down? Is it the last question or is it the first question? Oh. Okay, so it's some other obscure reference that I don't know. Oh, okay, this is a... The last question was asked for the first time, half jest, in May 2061 at a time. Okay. Hey, Grok, summarize this. Would that be the irony if I asked Grok to summarize it? Yes, it would be. All right. Then I'm all about it. Do smile and have another drink. Well, that's good. Show push. Show merged. Show report. And then you need to boom, boom, boom. Okay, so then that means that needs to go there. Report is done. Show merged, show push. Push will become good. Report and pushed. Okay. And then that one will be show merged. Show. Da, 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 da. Wait, no. Report. Don't show that. Merge is failures. Merge with fail. Okay, so that'll get the point across. Beautiful tragedy kind of way. Isaac, what's... Oh, I already read that. Okay, are you done? The fix make startup mirror the disable semantics when disable confirm mechanism, and it's a real reproducible defect. No fucking shit, I just told you it was. But startup does not clean up the stale running loop. When you quit mid execution, loop session was left running. Ew. So not a toggle bug, but not the constraint failing. It's V4 is a dog food graveyard. Jesus Christ. Yes, go ahead and implement the toggle loop fix, and then for the next dog fooding session, I'll create a new project. Iggy, let me ask you a question. Why do you, as a viewer, watch other people vibe code on Twitch? Both, why do you do it? Why do you watch them specifically on Twitch, and then also why do you not do it on YouTube, or do you do it on YouTube? I'm curious. I think these are gonna have to be smaller. Background noise, ideas, and chit chatting. Not a problem. Twitch is just easier to find stuff, and if I could find folks on YouTube, I'd go there. So it's an interesting thing. Like, as a viewer, it's easier to find stuff because you can just go strictly to that category and you can just find whatever you find someone to watch there. But then from a streamer point of view, there's no algorithm to climb. So it doesn't matter that I've been streaming for 6.5 hours. I don't get any more higher placed because of that. It's strictly by count. But then on YouTube, there is an algorithm that you can attempt to climb. I'm not doing a very good job of it, but you can attempt to climb. But then it's impossible to find anything else in that niche. I mean, it's not like it's automotive or something like that where there's tons and tons of channels and you can quickly search by that. But it's an interesting thing from a streaming point of view. Mono chip. Today I learned. Oh, what about there's no algorithm or whatever on Twitch or what? Shit. Is that even... Can't... I'm blind. Okay, how are we doing over here, Claude? Okay, I'm glad you're telling me the arc of dog fooding here. 6 landed, demon startup now, abandoned, stale, running loop sessions, reusing, blah 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 blah. So project quit mid-execution and reopened. Will start a fresh loop when you re-enable execution instead of silently reusing a drain. Zombie loop. I need more context to that, but I wish that would be a totally good shit my model says. Next dog food fresh project. What to expect? Okay, so we're starting fresh. Eat fresh. No drain zombies. Okay, new folder, JSON v5. Engineering, workflow, duplicate, copy. Make a MD file that has the full transcript of JFK's speech at Rice University. And they're off. Oh, Tiki, I totally wish you had been here last night. Like an hour and a half of work was spent on trying to figure out the performance of dragging the window around on the Kanban board. Why are you searching if it's right here? Stupid. Yeah, so I didn't know. So I didn't realize that whenever you drag this, it recalculates everything in here. And so I'd always been doing tests with like 3 or 4 things, and then I had like 20 of them. and so it was being like super laggy. So I had to go through like this whole thing of it created some like script to where like I had to hit Control Option Shift D 3 times, and then that activated a script for it to wiggle back and forth, and then it like recorded the frames per second that it was ridiculous. And then eventually it came down and was like, oh, none of this it's not CPU bound or anything like that. And then eventually we got it down, we whittled it down to it was just too much things in the main body. So then we settled on treating everything about with draw object or something like that to make everything rasterized, like raster everything. And then we started going down the rabbit hole of like making some things like semi-transparent to make sure that when the new design actually gets implemented, I'm still able to do that. So like blurring and shadows and transparency and all that kind of stuff. And so now it runs fine. So that was a whole thing last night. That was fun. Yeah, I don't know. So I don't know if it makes a difference that this page, the workflow for the drag and drop, that's AppKit, not Swift UI. But this is supposed to just be standard. Well, okay, so I think part of the reason is this doesn't use the list, like the built-in Swift UI list stuff. Which I found out A, that's a thing, and B, I was just assuming that it was using a built-in feature to do lists. So it was doing it was calculating like 160 different elements every single time I dragged the window around, every frame of that drag motion. So I don't know. I was surprised that like that was a problem. Okay, so you all worked, and then if I hit merge to main report done. I think we just did a full workflow and it worked. Okay, check JSON v5, which is the new project, and confirm task 1 worked. Everything worked as it was supposed to with the duplicate engineering template. Confirm all of that, check the logs, check the database rows, make sure everything is byte for byte what we expect it to be. The one interesting thing that I saw was the architect did a web search to get all of the information and then passed it along to the builder, or when the builder picked it up, it went and did a web search to get all of that information, even though it was in the task. So review some of that. I think whenever we did the split between roles and then over to node type and persona, something may have gotten lost in our instruction files. So do a review of that as well for the workers. Swift UI has a major foot gun in a way it derives the canvas to draw, and it's almost sucks in you. Yeah, like I was super surprised at like, what do you mean this is just a tile on the page and it has, like at that point I didn't even have any blurring or transparency. It was just like a bunch of shadows. It was calculating like all of the positions for the hover states of the icons for the tooltip windows. Like it was having to do all of that kind of stuff. And it's like, well, if I'm not even hovering over it, why are you calculating the tooltip position? So I was honestly just like, this is ridiculous. Like it was one of those things on top of all the bullshit with Fable. It was just like, why is this a hurdle? It doesn't make any sense to me. And it was it was like, at that time, I was like, I should just rewrite the whole goddamn thing in Electron. Because I could have hand coded this thing in CSS and like jQuery drag and drop in like an afternoon. And it's been 12 years since I wrote that. So yeah, I was super surprised that it was just like, this seems very, I think you nailed it, as like, this seems very un-Apple. And maybe it could have been done a little bit better, differently. If I was on the latest version. But because I'm still on Sequoia, I think. Yeah, I think I'm on Sequoia. So if I was in the newer versions, and then obviously even more so the beta, then yeah. Really doing about you with a different UI hierarchy would have been fine, but that's mostly how did the AI set it. Yeah, I mean, I have no idea how it actually set it up, but when I asked Grok about it in a private window, and it basically summarized all the same stuff. So I think how it built it was probably how a tutorial would have done it. But it was just so many objects that it had a problem doing it. So then you had to go do the other stuff. Yeah, so I mean, you've been doing it for years, so you know all the workarounds. I'm interested to hear, and maybe you know, I saw that they have agents in Xcode in the beta. So like they should know the best way of doing it, right? Like they trained those agents on all the best practices with Xcode and all that kind of stuff. Okay, maybe not. Dropping the credentials. I still don't use Xcode. Oh, so that's not a new thing then. Because I was seeing it as like people were claiming it as a headline feature of this whole Apple Intelligence thing. They made it front. Does Xcode have? I guess I don't know if it would be the right way to think about it, but did they introduce like an MCP? So like I could have Codex interact with it with Xcode directly? It's worse. It's fine. It's worse. The man doesn't hold back. I'm interested. Actually, wasn't it today? Isn't Figma Connect today? Or config? Figma config? Figma config. No, June 23rd. I'm interested to see. Codex has one and Claude has one. Internal process. Okay. But so your recommendation is not just don't do it. Your recommendation is to learn Xcode and stop doing what I'm doing, but if I'm not going to do that, then this is probably better than trying to do it directly. Because I saw Xcode 27 can now connect directly with Figma. Yeah, because I've done a shit ton of research on the best practices from getting the Figma designs into Xcode, and it doesn't seem like there isn't really a good workflow. At least with having AI part of it. So, everything that I've seen about people commenting on, like all I've seen Figma say is like, "Hey, Figma can connect with Xcode 27 now," and then that's all the documentation they put out. I checked out their website and like they're just like, "This is how you do it," but then they don't say any of the stuff. Best way to do it: name to design system components. Yes. Which, I mean, for the most part, that's what this is. There's gonna have to be a ton more details, but yeah, it's kind of weird. It's the one thing that I actually know how to do, design, is the thing that I'm staying the furthest away from because I don't know how to get it into code. It seems just super convoluted. Convoluted. It doesn't help that I did everything custom versus building it off of a pre-made design system, but whatever. Okay. Built-in JSON groundwork is now fully validated and clean end-to-end. Boom. Web searching, your framing was slightly off, and it's good news. The architect did not web search. It ran on Codex in a read-only sandbox with network. It couldn't fetch anything, so it went straight to create task expected. Does not contain the transcript, so the builder's web search wasn't redundant. It was the only way. Nothing was lost in the role persona migration. The investigation diffed the current worker prompts against the pre-migration builder MD in the blah, 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 blah. The migration restore commit added. You were fucking wrong. What it said right there. The real forward-looking fix, 2 small prompts. When a task needs verbatim external because Codex was running in a network restricted read-only sandbox. If you want the architect to be able to. Yes. So let's go ahead and update the prompts for architect and worker, and then see if any of the other node types need a similar update to their files. And then let's also change the runtime flag for Codex so that it's not in a read-only sandbox. Custom is all good. You get exactly what you want. You don't sound like a developer I've ever worked with. They would have been like, "Excuse me, this is custom. You cannot do this. This will not fit in the timeline." When the code is this cheap, might as well. Yeah. A little bit of it is like, well, actually, it's not even like, it's not even clutching my pearls because I did the design work. So I don't actually care if I want the AI to pick it up and work right. I'm just worried that it's going to come back and be like, this is 80% of what you want. So, yeah. Yeah. What time? 5:40. All right, Tiki. I'm gonna sign off, man. It was good chatting with you. I'm gonna sign off. It's been 7 hours for me. I'm gonna let this run, and I'll talk to you maybe tomorrow if you're around. I'll be around. So have a good one, man.